Shalom again, Israel. I hope everyone had a great week. Today's presentation will be called As a Wild Bull in a Net. We will use this presentation to display a history of violence among Israel and the black men upon the face of the earth. We will make a distinction between that which Yahweh has said and that which our brothers and sisters have advised. And we will use this presentation to show that the Israelites and the black man that is scattered on the four corners of the earth today is waiting to be saved out from this great curse that is laid upon them. And also this presentation will explain many of the violence that has befallen us in our enemies' lands, being scattered abroad as servants and being afflicted. So again, today's presentation is called As a Wild Bull in a Net. Our brother Yamin will read Psalms 12 and Psalms 91 for us all, and then we'll come right back and reintroduce the name or the title of the presentation and get right into it. Brother Yamin, you got the floor.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 12, please. That is Psalms 1, 2. Psalms 12, please. It reads, Help, Yahweh, for the righteous man cease, for the faithful fail from among the children of men. They speak vanity, every one with his neighbor. With flattering lips and with a double heart do they speak. Yahweh shall cut off all flattering lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things, who have said, with our tongue will we prevail. Our lips are our own. Who is master over us? For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy, now will I rise, saith Yahweh. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at him. The words of Yahweh are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Yahweh, thou shalt preserve them from this generation from ever. The wicked walk on every side, when the vilest men are exalted. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 91, please. That is Psalms 9:1. It reads, He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of Yahweh, He is my refuge and my fortress. My Elohim, in Him will I trust. Surely He shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with His feathers, and under His wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day. For the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. Because thou hast made Yahweh, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come near thy dwelling. For He shall give His angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up with their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder. The young lion and the dragon shalt thou trample under feet. Because He has set His love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high, because he hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him and shew him my salvation. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. And shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called as a wild bull in a net. We will use this history of violence that has been portrayed against Israel and the black man on the face of the earth. We will use this presentation to give an example or a reason why. And we will use this presentation to allow us to know our state in today's world and what it will take for us to come up out of this great violence or this great history of violence that has been displayed upon us. We will start the presentation by reading where it is found and is told that Israel will be wild bulls in a net. And before we go to that particular chapter and verse, let's first be warned by the words of wisdom that we may fear Yahweh and depart from evil as we hear and hearken and observe these great words of our Creator that is found in our Holy Scriptures. And the first proverb that we will go to is found in Proverbs chapter 1. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs chapter 1. At this time, please get yourself a pen, a piece of paper, and in Holy Scriptures. And let's ask Yahweh to give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding on this subject. as we praise the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. It tells us in this book called Wisdom, in the book of Proverbs, the very first chapter. And it reads, if we pick up at the 8th verse, let's start at the 7th. And it reads, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they shall be an ornament of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not. If they say, come with us, let us lay wait for blood. Let us lord privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thou in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path. For their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lark privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which take away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom crieth without. She utters her voice in the streets. She cries in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she utters her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamities. I will mock when your fear comes. When your fear comes as desolation, and your destruction comes as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call upon me. But I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. for that they hate knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They were none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whoso hearkens unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. So we want to know, how is it possible that we that fear Yahweh and have departed from evil, how can we dwell safely during this time in history of violence? And how shall we be quiet from the fear of evil? Being in our enemies' lands, being servants and afflicted. It tells us, if we turn to the 3rd chapter of Proverbs and pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, My son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add into thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. You can't trust in your own heart, though, for it reads in the 5th verse, trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Is that possible? Is that a possible way of one that fear Yahweh and depart from evil to be to dwell safely in their enemy's land and to be quiet from fear of evil? It tells us again in the 6th verse, in all thy ways acknowledge him, the Creator, and he shall direct thy paths. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones. Honor Yahweh with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thy increase. So shall thy barns be filled with plenty, and thy presses shall burst out with new wine. My son, despise not the chastisement of Yahweh. For Yahweh says he chastised Israel like a father chastises his son in whom he is well pleased. Thus, wisdom tells us again in the 12th verse, for whom, the 11th verse, my son, despise not the chastisement of Yahweh, neither be weary of his correction. And this is truly a correction being done to the children of Israel. Thus it tells us in the 12th verse, for whom Yahweh loved, he corrects. Even as a father, the son in whom he delights. Happy is the man that finds wisdom, and the man that gets understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. Wisdom is more precious than rubies, and all the things thou can desire are not to be compared into wisdom. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her, and happy is everyone that retains her. Yahweh by wisdom has founded the earth. By understanding hath he established the heavens. By his knowledge the depths are broken up, and the clouds drop down the dew. My son, let not them depart from thy eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. So shall they be life into thy soul, and grace to thy neck. Then shall thy walk in thy way safely. Please take note. For it told us in the first Proverbs, the 33rd verse, but whoso hearken unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. If you hearken into wisdom. Thus it continues to tell us again in the 23rd verse of the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, then shall thou walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid. Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet. Be not afraid of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it comes. For Yahweh shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken. Withhold not good from them to whom it is due, when it is in the power of thy hand to do it. Say not unto thy neighbor, go and come again, and tomorrow I will give when thou hast it by thee. Devise not evil against thy neighbor, seeing he dwells securely by thee. Strive not with a man without cause, if he have done thee no harm. Envy thy not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. For the forward is an abomination to Yahweh, but his secret is with the righteous. The curse of Yahweh is in the house of the wicked, but he blesses the habitation of the just. Surely he scorns the scorners, but he give grace unto the lowly. The wise shall inherit glory, but shame, it reads, but shame shall be the promotion of fools. Also, it tells us, if we take a quick look at the 22nd chapter of Proverbs. And if we read or pick up at the 6th verse, Proverbs 22 and 6. And it tells us in Proverbs 22 and 6 these great words. Train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he shall not depart from it. And this is wisdom being taught to us, and it allows us to know how to find a surety of being safe and quiet from evil by allowing your children to know the words of wisdom. Thus, wisdom tells us to train a child in the way they should go. And when he is old, he will not depart from it. He will still have these words of wisdom in his heart and in his mind, to where they will help him and save him from the days of evil. It also tells us, once we understand that we must be trained and shown the right way, and allow this wisdom to make a distinction between our own understanding. It tells us, if we take a look at the next book of wisdom, which is called the book of Ecclesiastes. The book of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter. And it allows us to know that this violence and this history of violence is not something new. It is something that Yahweh had put upon the earth because of his disobedience of his children. Thus, it allows us to know in Ecclesiastes that there is nothing new, nor is this violence that you are suffering today is new. For it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, "To everything there is a season and a time, to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill. For the Almighty says, thou should not murder. It does not say thou should not kill. Even though many of the bad translations that you find in today's Bibles, it might read, thou should not kill. But that is not true wisdom. The true wisdom is found in the 3rd verse, where it allows us to know that there is a time and season for every purpose under the heaven. Thus, the 3rd verse says, a time to kill, not a time to murder, taking the life of an innocent person, but there is truly a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time ourselves under today is a time of killing. It is a time of being broken down. But we know that all is not lost, for when we search the words of wisdom, we find that there will be a time to build up. The 4th verse tells us that there is a time to weep, and we are truly weeping for the loss of our brothers and sisters that we find out about each and every day while we find ourselves in this diaspora or this captivity. It tells us again in the 4th verse, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to get and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away. There is a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. What profit hath he that works in that wherein he labors? I have seen the travail which Elohim hath given to the sons of men. And this travail that Yahweh have given the sons of men today denote a time of violence. It denotes a time to kill. It denotes a time to break down. It denotes a time of war. It denotes a time to keep silent. It denotes a time to lose. It denotes a time to refrain from embracing. It denotes a time of hate. Thus, it allows us to know in the 10th verse, I have seen the travel which Elohim hath given to the sons of men to be exercised in it. He hath made everything beautiful in his time. Also, he has set the world in their heart, so that no man can find out the work that Elohim makes from the beginning to the end. I know that there is no good in them, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life. And also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is the gift of Elohim. I know also that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it. So if we know that Yahweh is the Savior of Israel and the world, then we know that nothing can be put to it. There is nothing that one can do to help Yahweh save Israel. We know that we must wait on our Savior, for it tells us again in the 14th verse, I know that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. And Yahweh saved Israel out of Egypt. Yahweh saved Israel out of the north. And Yahweh will save Israel from being servants and afflicted in America and abroad. Thus, it tells us one more time in the 14th verse of the 3rd chapter of Ecclesiastes, I know that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And Yahweh does it, that men shall fear before him. So all this violence that you see today, all this violence that you have seen and read about in our history, it is done that men shall fear him. That when we see our brothers being brutally killed and beaten by our own brothers, when we see our brothers striving against one another, it is that we are to fear Yahweh based on what is happening in that time and in that season. These things are done, and there's nothing that you can do about it but fear him, as it reads in the 14th verse. The 15th verse reads, that which has been is now, and that which is to be have already been. That's the same as saying there's nothing new under the sun. That's the same as saying Yahweh required that which has passed. That's the same as saying to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heavens. Thus, the 15th verse includes that which has been is now, and that which is to be have already been. And Yahweh requires that which is past. And moreover, I saw under the sun the place of judgment, that the wickedness was there, no justice, no peace, and the place of righteousness, that iniquity was there, no justice, no peace. I said in my heart, Elohim shall judge the righteous and the wicked, for there is a time there for every purpose and for every work. I said in my heart concerning the estate of the sons of men, seeing all this violence being perpetrated among them, that Elohim might manifest them, and that they might see that they themselves are beasts. For that which befall the sons of men befalls beasts. Even one thing befalls them. As the one dieth, so dieth the other. Yea, they have all one breath, so that a man have no credence above a beast. For all is vanity. All go to one place. All are of the dust, and all turn to dust again. Who knows the spirit of man? I do. That goes upward, and the spirit of the beast that goes downward to the earth. Wherefore I perceive that there is nothing better than that a man shall rejoice in his own works, for that is his portion. For who shall bring him to see what shall be after him? It also tells us in this great book of wisdom called Ecclesiastes, if we take a look at the 9th chapter, and it tells us in the 9th chapter of Ecclesiastes, if we pick up at the very first verse, to continue to warn our brothers and sisters that there's nothing new under the sun, and that this is not a mistake. The days of violence is meant for when the time of violence is over, there shall be times of peace. But until the time of peace, we find ourselves as wild bulls in a net, experiencing the history of violence. Thus, it tells us in the 9th chapter of Ecclesiastes, the very first verse, and it reads, "For all this I considered in my heart, even to declare all this," as we are doing this day, "that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of Elohim. No man knows either love or hatred by all that is before them. All things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous and to the wicked, to the good and to the clean, and to the unclean, to him that sacrifice and to him that sacrifice not. As is the good, so is the sinner. And he that swears as he that fears an oath. This is an evil among all things that are done under the sun, that there is one event into all, life and death, good and evil, holy and unholy." It reads, "Yea, also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart while they live, and after that they go to the dead. For to him that is joined to all the living, there is hope. For a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they shall die." Please take note. "But the dead know not anything, neither have they any more a reward. For the memory of them is forgotten." Out of place, out of mind. Or out of sight, out of mind. The 6th verse reads, "Also their love and their hatred and their envy is now perished. Neither have they any more a portion forever in anything," please take note, "that is done under the sun." So when a person dies, it allows us to know that they have no portion forever in anything that is done under the sun, because they're not under it. They find themselves returning back to the dust. It continues to tell us in the 7th verse, "Go thy way, eat thy bread with joy, and drink thy wine with a merry heart. For Elohim now accepts thy work, for there is a time for everything Let thy garments be always white, and let thy head lack no ornament. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest all the days of thy life, of thy vanity, which he hath given thee under the sun, all the days of thy vanity. For that is thy portion in this life, and in thy labor which thou takest under the sun. Whatsoever thy hand find to do, do it with thy might. For there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave, whither thy goes. Did y'all hear that? Let's please read that one more time. For all those that believe that the Almighty will resurrect the dead to rule over the living. It tells us again in Ecclesiastes, the 9th chapter, the 10th verse, whatsoever thy hand find to do, do it with thy might. And it's talking about while you are alive. Do it with your might. Do it with all your strength. And it says, for there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave. So for those that have died before you, and you have heard all these rumors where someone dead is going to come back to life, or someone dead have done something for you, it allows us to know when we fear Yahweh and depart from evil and trust in his words of wisdom, we find out that that is a lie. There is no works being done in the grave. There is no device in the grave. There is no knowledge in the grave. There is no wisdom in the grave. Thus it tells us, in the grave whither thy goes. I returned and saw under the sun, dealing with the living, not the dead, that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill, but time and chance happen to them all. And the only way that we have any security from time and chance is fearing Yahweh. For we have read in Proverbs, the 1st chapter, the 33rd verse, but whoso hearken unto me shall dwell safely and shall be quiet from fear of evil. It tells us that 1,000 shall fall by thy right hand and another 1,000 by thy left, but it shall not come nigh thee, because you fear Yahweh and have departed from evil. Thus it tells us that according to the 11th verse, it tells us in the last sentence, nor yet favor to men of skill, but time and chance happen to them all. Death happens to us all. But the Almighty can bring forth that death as an old man living out his days in safety and quiet from the fear of evil. Or you can be one that's taken by chance and your death comes suddenly. It comes with desolation. It comes with with cruelty, to where nothing that you have done in the earth will be remembered again. Thus it tells us in the 12th verse, for man also know not his time, thus the chance, as the fish that are taken in an evil net. Not only are these fishes are taken in an evil net, and it is known as an evil time, or it denotes the time that they are caught, or the time that they die. It tells us, same as the Israelites, as a wild bull in a net. It denotes that their life is taken. It denotes that time and chance has happened to them, because they find themselves as a wild bull in a net. As we read in the 12th verse, for it reads, for man also know not his time, as the fishes that are taken in an evil net, and as the birds that are caught in the snare, so are the sons of men as a wild bull in a net. Or it reads, so are the sons of men snared in an evil time. And we started off by allowing us all to know there is a season and time for everything under the sun. So we are showing the history of this violence and the time of this violence and the time that the Israelites and the black man on the earth as being seen as a wild bull in a net. And we comparing our situation to the fishes and to the birds that are caught in the snare, so are the sons of men snared in an evil time, when it falleth suddenly upon them. Thus, the same time and chance happens to us all. It also tells us in the 13th verse, this wisdom have I seen also under the sun, and it seemed great unto me. There was a little city, the city like the size of the city you find yourself in today, in America and scattered abroad. There was a little city, and few men, not people, but few men therein within it. And there came a great king against it, and besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, one that feared Yahweh and departed from evil, one that observed and took heed to every word of wisdom and applied it. Thus the 15th verse reads, now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city. Yet no man remembered that same poor man. Then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. The words of wise men are heard in quiet more than the cry of him that rules among fools. And in closing, wisdom allows us to know wisdom is better than weapons. You want to fight? You want to try to deliver yourself out of this net? It tells us wisdom is better than weapons of war. But one sinner destroy much good. And we're going to see if we can keep this good alive by speaking the words of wisdom, by confirming all that Yahweh has said, dealing with Israel and the black man on the face of this earth being as a wild bull in a net. It tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 20th chapter. Exodus, the 20th chapter. And what it tells us is the same thing he told us when we read in Proverbs 22 and 6. And what we found in Proverbs 22 and 6 was to train a child in the way he should go. And when he is old, he shall not depart from it. Well, in Exodus, the 20th chapter, and also Exodus, the 19th chapter, Yahweh commanded Moses to tell Israel all that he has said, to teach Israel his commandments, his statutes, his judgments, so they were to be trained in the law of Yahweh. And once they was trained in the law of Yahweh, the law of Yahweh was to stay with them and be in their heart and in their mouth forever. For this would save you in the city that you find yourself in, if you took heed to all that Yahweh has said. So we're going to start off explaining this as a wild bull in a net and the history of this violence by showing us what Yahweh had initially commanded the Israelites. That way they would have been away from violence. That way their city would have represented peace and righteousness and justice. Thus, it tells us in Exodus, the 20th chapter, if we take a look at the 5th verse, and it reads, "Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh, thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments." It also tells us in the 12th verse of this same chapter, Exodus 20, and it reads, "Honor thy father," not just your biological father, but the Father of creation, the Father that created you and everything therein is. It tells us in the 12th verse, "Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land." Which land? The land which Yahweh, thy Elohim, give thee. It also tells us, if we turn to Leviticus, the 19th chapter. Leviticus, the 19th chapter. And we find these great words of wisdom. In the 19th chapter of Leviticus, if we start at the very first verse, and we read to the 4th verse, and it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, Yahweh, your Elohim, am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. Turn ye not into idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And these are the things that were supposed to be trained into our children. That way, when they are old, these things would not depart. They will understand why certain things have befell the earth and why certain people are affected by those things and certain people are not, because they will have the understanding of the holy. They will have the knowledge of the holy. They will be walking and using the knowledge and understanding of wisdom, that their days, as it reads one more time in Proverbs, the 1st chapter, that their days, as it said, I just want to go there where I quote it correctly, where it tells one, But whoso hearken unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. So when we go back and understand what we just read in Leviticus, the 19th chapter, these are the things that were supposed to be trained into our children, that they can be quiet from the fear of evil. Thus, it also tells us, and it allows us to know, one of the number one factors for these things is to fear not just your mother and your father, but fear your Creator. For everyone is taken by chance. So it allows us to know, if we take a look in the last book of our Holy Scripture, the book of Malachi. And let's take a look at the very first chapter of Malachi. For it tells us in the book of Malachi, if we pick up the first chapter, the 6th verse. Malachi, the first chapter, the 6th verse tells us, a son honors his father, and a servant his master. If then I be a father, where is my honor? And if I be a master, where is my fear? Said Yahweh of hosts. And to you, O priestess, the teachers, they're supposed to train a child in the way they should go, and when they are old, they shall not depart. Thus it says, O priestess, that despise my name, and ye say, wherein have we despised thy name? And it tells us, ye offer polluted bread upon my altar. And ye say, wherein have we polluted thee? And that ye say, the table of Yahweh is contemptible. It also tells us in the 2nd chapter, if we pick up at the 8th and 9th verse, and it reads in the book of Malachi, but ye are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupt the covenant of Levi, said Yahweh of hosts. Therefore have I also made you contemptible and base, low, before all the people, according as ye have not kept my ways, but have been partial in the law. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Job, let's go to the book of Job, because we see what is being instructed is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And if you fear Yahweh and depart from evil and train a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he would not depart, then you should be safe from evil. Evil and violence, being a wild bull in a net, would have never been among you. You only find yourself as a wild bull in a net is because the Israelites did not fear Yahweh and did not depart from evil. So they was punished for not fearing Yahweh and for not departing from evil. So we are showing what it took to be safe and to be quiet from the evil net that we, metaphorically as bulls, were caught up in on every corner. So it tells us in the book of Job, the very first chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it allows us to know that all man could benefit from these great words and this great wisdom if they applied it as it is written. Thus it tells us in Job, the very first chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, there was a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job, and that man was perfect and upright, and one that feared Elohim, and eschewed evil. And note what this is saying, and note what you have already read in Proverbs 1 and 3. How the Almighty will look over the one that fear him and depart from evil. How one could be saved from time and chance. How one can be delivered out of the snares of death by fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. And the Almighty going to use this character, Job, to show and to testify what he said in wisdom was shown to this great man named Job, because he feared Yahweh and departed from evil. Thus, the first verse reads again, there was a man in the land of Oz whose name was Job, and that man was perfect and upright, and one that feared Elohim and eschewed evil. If you eschew or hate evil, you would eschew and hate violence. And there were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters. His substance also was 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, and 500 yokes of oxen, and 500 she-asses, and a very great household, so that this was the greatest of all the men of the earth. For wisdom is the principal thing, and there is nothing that can be compared to it, because wisdom will give you all those things that you are trying to compare wisdom with. Thus, it tells us that we must choose and accept wisdom first. It also tells us in the 4th verse, and his sons went and fasted in their houses, every one in his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them. And it was so, when the days of their fasting or feasting were gone about, that Job sent and sacrificed them, and rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned and cursed Elohim in their hearts. Thus did Job continually. Job continually gave sacrifice just in case his children forsook what he trained them to do and believe, and they winded up departing from that which they were trained when they became old. Thus, Job prayed for his children and made sacrifices that the Almighty might forgive his children in case they forsook wisdom and didn't fear Yahweh and departed from evil. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse, now there was a day when the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before Yahweh, and Satan came also among them. And Yahweh said unto Satan, which came die? Then Satan answered Yahweh and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And Yahweh said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and an upright man, one that fear Yahweh and eschew evil? Then Satan answered Yahweh and said, does Job fear Elohim for naught? Has not thy maid an hedge? Look what happens when you fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Satan acknowledges that those that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, there is a hedge about them. And that hedge denotes them being in quiet and safe from evil. Thus it reads again in the 9th verse, then Satan answered Yahweh and said, does Job fear Elohim for naught? Has not thy maid an hedge about him and about his house and about all that he hath on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands, and his substance is increased in the land. But put forth thy hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face. And many Israelites have cursed Yahweh to their face. Thus he has spewed them out of all their dwellings, and have the Israelites waiting to be saved out of all their troubles that they have endured, being a wild bull in a net on every corner. It continues to tell us in the 12th verse, and Yahweh said unto Satan, behold, all that he has is in thy hand, or in thy power. Only upon himself put not forth thy hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of Yahweh. And there was a day when his sons and his daughters was eating, dealing with chance, a time and chance. It says, were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger into Job, and said, the oxen were plowing, and the asses feeding beside them. And the Sabaeans fell upon them, and took them away. Yea, they have slain the servants with the edge of the sword. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, time and chance happened again. There came also another, and said, the fire of Elohim is fallen from heaven, and have burnt up the sheep and the servants, and consumed them. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, time and chance failed again. Came also another, and said, the Chaldeans made out 3 bands, and fell upon the camels, and have carried them away, yea, and slain the servants with the edge of the sword. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. The 18th verse, another case of time and chance, it says, while he was yet speaking, there came also another, and said, thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness, and smote the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon the young men, and they are dead, as caught up in a net, the fish and the bird and man. Thus it reads, and they are dead, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Then Job arose and rent his mantle, and shaved his head, and fell down upon the ground, and worshipped, and said, naked. Please take note of the wisdom and the fear of this man. For it says, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return tighter. And Yahweh gave, and Yahweh have taken away. For we have read in Ecclesiastes 3, there is a time and season for everything under the sun. There is a time to give, and there is a time to take away. Thus we read in the 21st verse, and said, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return tighter. Yahweh give, and Yahweh have taken away. Blessed be the name of Yahweh. Not cursed be the name of Yahweh, but blessed be the name of Yahweh. And all this Job sinned not, nor charged Elohim foolishly, even though he was a witness of the violence, even though they reported to him the violence. He did not forget what he was trained to do. He stayed fast in fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. and he gave Yahweh all the glory. No matter what time and chance failed upon his substance or his children or his house, he never cursed Yahweh. He never spoke unadvisedly. He never charged Elohim foolishly, as many of us do today. We charge Elohim foolishly when we see the violence that befalls us and that befalls our people, to where we believe that it is something that we can do to stop this chance and time from falling upon us, by not understanding that Yahweh gets all the glory. Thus, Job never charged Elohim foolishly. I would like to read the next test that Job was given to test his understanding and his fear of his Creator. It reads in the 2nd chapter of Job, if we pick up at the very first verse. And it reads, again, there was a day when the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before Yahweh, and Satan came also among them to present himself before Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Satan, from whence comest thou? And Satan answered Yahweh and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And Yahweh said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and upright man? One. Look at the definition of a perfect and upright man. One that fears Elohim and hate evil, and still he holds fast his integrity. And it takes integrity to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. It takes integrity to understand that the glory is Yahweh's, and Yahweh is righteous in all that he does. Thus it reads, one that fear Elohim and eschew evil, and still he hold fast his integrity, although thou movest me against him, to destroy him without cause. Not because he have done evil, not because he no longer fear Yahweh, not because he has not departed from evil, but these things are done without cause to test his integrity, to show the reward for one that fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus the 4th verse reads, and Satan answered Yahweh and said, skin for skin, yea, all that a man have will he give for his life. But put forth thy hand now, and touch his bones and his flesh, and he will and he will curse thee to thy face. And Yahweh said unto Satan, behold, he is in thy hand, but save his life. So went Satan forth from the presence of Yahweh, and smote Job with sore boils from the sole of his feet into his crown. And he took him a potsherd to scrape himself with her, and he did set down among the ashes. Then said his wife unto him, dost thou still retain thy integrity? Curse Elohim and die. But he said unto her, Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaks. What shall we receive good at the hand of Elohim, and shall we not receive evil? For both comes to all. And all this did not Job sin with his lips. Now, when Job's three friends heard all this evil that was come upon him, they came, every one from his own place, Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Matnite, for they had made an appointment together to come to mourn with him, to comfort him. And when they lift up their eyes afar off, and note, I just want to interject this fact in this story. Even though they came to mourn their friend Job, and Job is the one suffering for not sinning with his lips, for not cursing the Almighty, for not charging Yahweh foolishly. Well, even though his friends came to mourn with him and to comfort him, their words that they mourned him with and comforted him with was words of foolishness. They were words that cursed it, Elohim. They was words that sin that came out of their lips, to the extent, and you can find this, we're not going there, but you can find this in the story, to the extent that the Almighty was going to kill the same men that came to mourn Job. He was going to kill them if it was not for Job praying for their lives. And you can find that truth in the 42nd chapter of Job. I just wanted to interject that based on what we are reading and hearing about how these three friends came to comfort and to mourn for Job. The 12th verse reads, And when they lift up their eyes afar off and knew him not, they lift up their voice and wept, and they rent every one his mantle and sprinkled dust upon their heads toward heaven. So they sat down with him upon the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and none speak a word unto him, for they saw that this grief was very great. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 22nd chapter. Exodus, the 22nd chapter. Showing that we need to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It's the only sure sign of being safe and quiet from evil, from the violence that has been perpetrated upon us for a very long time. And it denotes the history of the Israelite and the black man that is scattered on the four corners of this earth. It tells us in the 22nd chapter of Exodus, if we take a look at the 28th verse, and it tells us in instructions, Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. And this cursing is speaking against the rulers of our people. And and not only speaking against the rulers of our people, but speaking against the words of Yahweh. So it tells us, thou shalt not reveal the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. It also tells us, if we take a look at 2 Kings, the second chapter. 2 Kings, the second chapter tells us, if we pick up at the 23rd verse of 2 Kings, the second chapter, and it reads, allowing us to know and giving us a testimony why we are not to reveal the gods, nor are we, as we read in Exodus the 22nd chapter, nor are we to reveal the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. And we were to train the children in the way that they are to go, for when they are old, they shall not depart. Well, if these children that we're about to read about took heed to the words of the covenant of the law, these things of violence would not befall them. Thus, it tells us in 2 Kings, the 2nd chapter, the 23rd verse to the 25th verse, a testimony of one revealing the rulers. And it reads, and he went up from thence into Bethel. And as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city and mocked, which you are not to do based on the law we just read in Exodus the 22nd chapter, the 28th verse. Here we find one mocking the rulers. It says, and he went up from thence into Bethel, and as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, go up, thy bald head, go up, thy bald head. And he turned back and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of Yahweh. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and tare 42 children of them. And he went from thence to Mount Carmel, and from thence he returned to Samaria. And we just used this few verses to show and give a testimony by the law and by the testimony. And the law said that thou shalt not mock or reveal the gods or the rulers, and we show where children revealed and mocked the ruler, which was Elisha, and Elisha prayed to the Yahweh and cursed them, and Yahweh sent 2 she-bears to tear 42 children apiece. And it allows us to know that we were to train our children in the way they should go. We were to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. That was our only real assurance to be quiet and safe from evil. Quiet from fear and safe from evil. It also tells us, if we take a look in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, 2 books up from 2 Kings, 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter tells us, if we pick up at the 14th verse, and read to the 21st verse, and it reads, moreover, all the chief of the priests and the people transgressed very much after all the abominations of the heathen, and polluted the house of Yahweh, which he had hallowed in Jerusalem. And Yahweh Elohim of their fathers sent to them by his messengers, rising up betimes and sending, because he had compassion on his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked the messengers of Elohim and despised his words and misused his prophets until the wrath of Yahweh rose against his people till there was no remedy. Therefore he brought upon them, note the evil, note the violence, note how Israel wound up being a wild bull in a net. Therefore he brought upon them the king of the Chaldees, who slew their young men with the sword in the house of their sanctuary, and had no compassion upon young men or maidens, old men or him that stooped for age. He gave them all into his hand, and all of us are given into the hand of our enemy today. And they have no compassion upon us, on our babies, on our wives, on our fathers, on none of us. Thus it reads in the 18th verse, and all the vessels of the house of Elohim, great and small, and the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the king, and of their princes, all these he brought to Babylon. And they burnt the house of Elohim, and brake down the walls of Jerusalem, and burnt all the palaces thereof with fire, and destroyed all the goodly vessels thereof. And them that had escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon, where they were servants to him and his sons until the reign of the king of Persia. And all this was done to fulfill all that Yahweh had commanded Israel to do. And that was to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil and to execute, to keep, and to hearken and to obey to the laws, commandments, statutes, and judgments in the land that they possess, which was all of their dwelling. Thus these words and troubles befell Israel, because, as it reads in the 21st verse, to fulfill the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbath, as it is written in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th, the 35th, and the 43rd verse. It says, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbath, for as long as she lied desolate, she kept Sabbath to fulfill 70 years. And that is the 70 years, the same 70 years that is found in the book of Jeremiah, where Jeremiah told them that they would do 70 years in Babylon. And it is done, and it was told because they no longer fear Yahweh. They mocked his messengers. And as we seen the children mocking the ruler, and they were eaten up by two she-bears. Well, we see that Israel, as children, did the same thing against their creator and the men that Yahweh sent to warn them. Thus all this trouble befell them, as it is written. It also tells us if we take a look at Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, back in the law, Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. And it tells us in the 29th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up at the 9th verse. And it reads, keep therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that ye do. Ye stand this day, all of you, before Yahweh your Elohim, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is within thy camp, from the heather of thy wood and to the drawer of thy water, that thou should enter into covenant with Yahweh thy Elohim, and into his oath, which Yahweh thy Elohim make with thee this day, that he may establish thee today for a people, and to himself, and that he may be unto thee a Elohim, as he hath said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we have dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. Lest there should be among you man or woman, or family, or tribe, whose hearts turn away this day from Yahweh our Elohim, to go and serve the gods of these nations. Lest there should be among you a root that bear gall and wormwood. This gall denote poison, and it come to pass when he hear the word of this curse, that he bless himself, as many of us have done when we read and see and hear the words of this curse, when our brothers and sisters are shot down in the street, when our brothers and sisters are unjustly beat to death. It says, and it come to pass when he hear the words of this curse, and that is what you hear, and every time you see our brothers and sisters like a wild bull in a net being slaughtered, it says that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. Yahweh will not spare him, but then the anger of Yahweh and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven. And Yahweh shall separate him into evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in the book of the law, so that the generation to come of your children there shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land and the sicknesses which Yahweh hath laid upon it, and that the whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning, that it is not sown, nor bare, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Amara and Zebulun, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, wherefore have Yahweh done thus into this land? What mean the heat of this great anger? What means as a wild bull in a net? It reads, then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. For they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given into them. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day, being as a wild bull in a net on every corner. The secret things belong unto Yahweh our Elohim, but those things which are revealed belongs unto us. And Jacob's troubles are truly revealed, and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Leviticus, the 26th chapter. Leviticus, the 26th chapter. Can you hear me? It tells us in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And let's pick up at the 14th verse of the 26th chapter of Leviticus. For it tells us in the 14th verse of Leviticus, the 26th chapter, to the 21st chapter, these great words. But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning urge that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And we experienced all of that the first 200 years in America. We also experienced that history and that violence in Babylon. It allows us to know why Israel find themselves as a wild bull in a net. It tells us in the 17th verse, because the Israelites break the covenant, and I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. And we see our brothers and sisters being slain each and every day. We have been slain from day one all the way to 2/11/23, 2023. From day one to 2/11/2023 have we been slain. And we only find ourselves being in Jacob's troubles because Jacob had broken the covenant of the law. It continued to tell us again in the 17th verse, and I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you. We find ourselves scattered abroad, being servants and afflicted, being reigned over by one that truly hates us. This whole government is set under hate. All the laws that we so-called enjoy here were given by those that hate you. The Constitution is set up and given and constituted by those that hate you. So that is one of the main reasons you will never find any justice among your enemy, because their laws are just for them, not for you. And it is Yahweh's doing. Thus, let's read that 17th verse one more time. Why this will befall a people when they break the covenant of the law. It reads again in the 17th verse, and I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursues you. And if ye will not yet for all this hearken, take heed to the violence, take heed to the affliction, take heed to the troubles that Yahweh has laid upon you, it says, and if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. So the only reason you will find yourself in your enemy's land being servants and afflicted, and they ruling over you with hatred, is because somewhere in your history, your fathers forsook the covenant of the law. So it tells us, if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. And I will break the pride of your power. And I will make your heavens as iron and your earth as brass. And your strength shall be spent in vain. Your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruit. And if ye walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken, take heed to what I am doing to you, hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you, according to your sins. It also tells us, if we pick up at the 27th verse, well, let's read down to the 23rd 3rd verse, it says, I will also send wild beasts among you, as we just seen in the testimony with Elisha. Wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. And if ye will not hearken, or it reads, and if ye will not reform by me, by these things, but will walk contrary unto me, then will I also walk contrary unto you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. It tells us in this same chapter, if we pick back up at the 27th verse, and it reads to the 29th verse of the 26th chapter of Leviticus. And if ye will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also, in fury. And I, even I, please take note why this chastisement is befalling us. Please take note what Jacob's trouble denotes. I will chastise you 7 times for your sins. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look for a testimony of these great dreadful words that was denounced against Israel if they break the covenant of the law, it tells us in 2 Kings, if we all turn there, please, the 6th chapter. For Yahweh say what he means, and he means what he say. Thus we can find those great words that we read in Leviticus 26, verse 27 to 29, we can find by way of testimony in 2 Kings, the 6th chapter. Eating your own children was one of the troubles of Jacob because of them breaking the covenant of the law. 2 Kings, the 6th chapter, tells us, if we pick up at the 24th verse, these great words to the 31st verse, and it reads, And it came to pass after this that Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, gathered all his hosts and went up and besieged Samaria. And there was a great famine in Samaria. And behold, they besieged it until an ass head was sold for 80 pieces of silver, 80 pieces of silver. And the 4th part of a cab of dove dung for 5 pieces of silver. And as the king of Israel was passing by upon the wall, there cried a woman unto him, saying, Help, my master, O king. And he said, If Yahweh, please take note of the answer, the response of the king. And he said, If Yahweh do not help thee, which shall I help thee? Out of the barn floor, or out of the wine presses? And the king said unto her, What aileth thee? And she answered, This woman said unto me, Give thy son, that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow. So when you read in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 29th verse, it allows us to know that this is literal. This is not metaphorically speaking. This is actually what Yahweh said, and this is actually what Yahweh means, and this is actually what the children of Israel will be doing. Thus, it tells us in the 29th verse, so we boiled, we cooked my son, and did eat him. And I said unto her on the next day, give thy son, that we may eat him. And she hath hid her son. And it came to pass, when the king heard the words of the woman, that he rent his clothes, and passed by upon the wall. And the people looked, and behold, he had sackcloth within upon his flesh. Then he said, Elohim do so, and more also to me, if the head of Elisha, the son of Shaphat, shall stand on him this day. So once they realized the gruesome facts that Yahweh had displayed that will befall them, instead of giving Yahweh the glory, instead of being like Job, they cursed Elohim and wanted the head of the messenger. For Elisha was the prophet of that day and allowed them to know what will befall them. They didn't believe Yahweh. Thus, Yahweh brought these words upon Israel, and once the trouble befell Yehuda, they wanted the prophet head. It also tells us, if we go back to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, it continues to speak on this note in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. And what we find in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter again, is found in the 53rd verse. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 53rd verse tells us, these words. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thy own body, the flesh of thy sons, and of thy daughters, which Yahweh thy Elohim hath given thee, in the siege, and in the straitness wherewith thy enemy shall distress thee. So that the man that is tender among you, and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil toward his brother. And we asked ourselves, how can 5 brothers just brutally beat to death another brother? Easy. When you find yourself scattered in the enemy's land, being servants and afflicted, being full of anguish and oppressed, you can find your brothers beating one of their brothers to death. Not just because they are affiliated with the enemy, being policemen, but just being in this land, oppressed it, full of anger, being distressed. It tells us in the 54th verse, so that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave, so that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children, whom he shall eat, because he have nothing left in the siege, and in the straitness wherewith thy enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and for tenderness, her eyes shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter. So this gives us a great reason and explanation when we see black on black crime, when we see our brothers killing our brothers, when we see our children killing our mothers and fathers, when we see our fathers and mothers killing our children. This is one of the greatest reasonment for such an violent act being displayed among you in your enemy's land. Thus, it continued to read in the 57th verse. I think that's where I left off. Let's read the 56th verse again, dealing with the woman, the tender and delicate woman among you, which will not adventure to set the sole of her feet upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness. Her eyes shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one that come out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things, secretly in the siege and straitness wherewith thy enemies shall distress thee in thy gates. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, Yahweh thy Elohim, then Yahweh will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues, and of long continence or continuance, and sore sicknesses, and of long continuance. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, the 3rd chapter. Isaiah, the 3rd chapter. Allowing us to understand what it means and how the Israelites became as a wild bull in a net, showing the history of the violence that was to befall Israel and the black man that is scattered upon the 4 corners of this earth. Isaiah, the 3rd chapter. And we will read the first 15 verses of Isaiah, the 3rd chapter. And it reads, For behold, the Master, Yahweh of hosts, does take away from Jerusalem and from Yehuda the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water. Sound like the punishment is a famine. The mighty men and the man of war, the judge and the prophet and the prudent and the ancient, the captain of 50 and the honorable men, the counselor and the cunning artificer and the elegant alterator, And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them. And the people shall be oppressed, every one by another, and every one by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable. When a man shall take hold of his brother, of the house of his father, saying, Thy hast clothing, be thy our ruler, and let this ruin, let these troubles be under thy hand. In that day shall he swear, saying, I will not be an healer, for in my house is neither bread nor clothing. Make me not a ruler of the people, for Jerusalem is ruined, and Yahulah is fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against Yahweh, to provoke the eye of his glory. The shoe of their countenance does witness against them, and they declare their sins as Sodom. They hide it not. Woe unto their soul, for they have rewarded evil unto themselves. Say ye to the righteous, that it shall be well with him, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Thus we preach to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, for you have a great chance to eat the fruit of your doings. And what will be your doings? Fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. And what is the fruit of that? As we have taught and started off today in Psalms or Proverbs 2, the fruit of that doing, the reward of that doing, it tells us one more time in case you forgot, as it read in Proverbs 1, verse 33, but whoso hearkens unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. So this will be your reward. This will be your reward for the fruit of your doings. Thus it tells us, what verses that I left off of. 1 second, lost my place. The 10th verse. It says again, say ye to the righteous, that it shall be well with him, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Woe unto the wicked that curses the Almighty, that charges Yahweh foolishly, that speak foolishly and curses the Almighty, or charges the Almighty foolishly. It says, woe unto the wicked, it shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hand shall be given him. And we just read that if they did not hearken to Yahweh, that Yahweh would bring his fury upon them 7 times more. Thus it reads in the 12th verse, as for my people, children are their oppressors. And we just seen 5 children, young men, beat the heck out of one of their brothers. And they are truly the rulers or the oppressors of our people, especially being part of the police department. They are ruling over us. They are governing us. And they got caught up in their title in their power and have overexerted their power upon their brother, where they have beat their brothers and their sisters to death. And it tells us that denotes the reward of the wicked. Woe unto the wicked! It shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. And that's ironic, or that's, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just funny to read where it says, as for my people, children are their oppressors. And we just seen 5 young men oppress one of their own brothers, strive against their own brother to where they killed them. And then it says, and women rule over them. Well, who was the ruler over those 5 men? Was it not a captain or something, a lady? And they searching her history, finding out that she just as evil as those guys, and she is the one that have set up that unit. But it just allows us to know in this 12th verse that the children, the young men, are the oppressors, and the women rule over them. And we got a case where it is verbatim. The children was the oppressor, and there was a woman ruling over them. And it denotes civil chaos. It does not denote righteousness. Thus it reads again in the 12th verse, as for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to error, and destroy the way of thy paths. Yahweh stands up to plead and stand to judge the people. Yahweh will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people and the princes thereof, for ye have eaten up the vineyard. The spoil of the poor is in your houses. What means ye that ye beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor, said Yahweh of hosts? And what means this is the violence that has been displayed because of Israel being as wild bulls in a net. And this is dealing with the whole nation of Israel and the black man that we find scattered upon the face of the earth. It also tells us, if we take a quick look in the book of Proverbs, the 20th chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 20th chapter, if we take a look at the 11th verse, Proverbs 20, verse 11. And it tells us that, verse 11, that even a child is known by his doings, whether his work be pure and whether it be right. So even a child is known. And as we read in Isaiah 3, that the child is the oppressors, and the women is ruled over them. But it allows us to know in this book of wisdom that even a child is known by his doings, whether his work be pure and whether it be right. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Amos, the 8th chapter. Amos, the 8th chapter. And it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, as it always tells us, for your brother uses this chapter and verses a lot, but it continued to allow us to know, according to Amos, the 8th chapter, Amos, the 8th chapter, found after the book of Joel. It tells us, if we pick up at the 11th verse, I'll start at the 4th verse, because it allows us to know why Israel is considered as a wild bull in a net on every corner. For it tells us in the 4th verse of the 8th chapter of Amos, these great words. Hear this, O ye, I'll start. Yeah, we'll start here. Hear this, O ye, that swallow up the needy, even to make the poor of the land to fail, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small and the shekel great, and falsifying the balances by deceit, that we may buy the poor for silver, and the needy for a pair of shoes, yea, and sell the refused of the wheat. Yahweh has sworn by the excellency of Jacob, surely I will never forget any of their works. Shall not the land tremble for this, and everyone mourn that dwells therein? And it shall raise up wholly as a flood, and it shall be cast out and drowned as by the flood of Egypt. And it shall come to pass in that day, said Yahweh Elohim, that I will cause the sun to go down at noon, and I will darken the earth in the clear day. And I will turn your feasts into mourning, and all your songs into lamentation. And I will bring up sackcloth upon all lions, and baldness upon every head. And I will make it as the mourning of an only son, and the end thereof as a bitter day. Behold, the days come, said Yahweh Elohim, that I will send famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing the words of Yahweh, the true words of Yahweh. And they shall wander from sea to sea, from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek the true words of Yahweh, and shall not find it. In that day shall the fair virgin and young man faint for thirst. They that swear by the sin of Samaria, and say, thy God, O Dan, lives, in the manner of Beersheba lives, even they shall fall and never rise up again. It also tells us in Jeremiah, the 15th chapter, if we turn there, please. And it tells us in the 15th chapter of Jeremiah, and it reads, if we pick up at the very first verse. Let's start at the 14th chapter. And let's pick up at the 19th verse of the 14th chapter. And let's read into the 15th chapter. Jeremiah, the 14th chapter, the 19th verse. And it reads, Hast thou utterly rejected Yehuda? Have thou so lost Zion? Why hast thou smitten us? Is there no healing for us? We look for peace, Shabbat Shalom, every Saturday, and there is no good. And for the time of healing, and behold, Jacob's trouble. We acknowledge Yahweh, our wickedness, and the iniquity of our fathers. Please take note. They did the confession, but it wasn't sincere. And they were in their land. Thus it reads again in the 20th verse. We acknowledge Yahweh, our wickedness, and the iniquity of our fathers, for we have sinned against thee. Do not abhor us for thy name's sake. Do not disgrace the throne of thy glory. Remember, break not thy covenant with us. Are there any among the vanities of the Gentiles that can cause rain? Or can the heaven give showers? Art not thy he, O Yahweh, our Elohim? Therefore, we will wait upon thee, for thou hast made all these things. And let's look at the things that Yahweh has made. For it tells us, then said Yahweh unto me, Jeremiah 15:1. Then said Yahweh unto me, though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind could not be toward this people. Cast them out of my sight, and let them go forth. And it shall come to pass, if they say unto thee, whither shall we go forth? Then thou shalt tell them, thus said Yahweh, such as are for death to death, and such as are for the sword to the sword, and such as are for the famine to the famine, and such as are for the captivity to the captivity. And I, Yahweh alone, will appoint over them 4 kinds, said Yahweh, the sword to slay, and the dogs to tear, and the fowls of the heavens, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth, because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Yehuda, for that which he did in Jerusalem. For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? Thou hast forsaken me, said Yahweh. Thou art gone backwards. Therefore I will stretch out my hand against thee and destroy thee. I am weary with repenting. And I will fan them with a fan in the gate of the land. I will bereave them of children. I will destroy my people, since they return not from their ways. Their widows are increased. to me above the sand of the sea. I have brought upon them against the mother of the young men a spoiler at noonday. I have caused him to fall upon it suddenly, and terrors upon the city. She that hath borne 7 languishes. She hath given up the ghost. Her son is gone down while it was yet day. She hath been ashamed and confounded, and the residue of them will I deliver to the sword before their enemy, said Yahweh. And that sword today is the gun. Woe is me, my mother, that thou hast borne me a man of strife and a man of contention to the whole earth. I have neither lent or usury, nor men have lent to me on usury, yet every one of them does curse me. And Yahweh said, verily it shall be well with thy remnant. Verily I will cause the enemy to entreat thee well in the time of evil and in the time of affliction. Shall iron break the northern iron and the steel? Thy substance and thy treasures will I give to the spoil without price, and that for all thy sins, even in all thy borders. And I will make thee to pass with thy enemy into a land which thou knowest not, for a fire is kindled in my anger, which shall burn upon you. O Yahweh, thou knowest, remember me, and visit me, and revenge me of my prosecutors. Take me not away in thy long suffering. Know that for thy sake I have suffered rebuke. Thy words were found, as they are found and eaten and taught today. It says, thy words were found, and I did eat them. And thy words was unto me the joy and rejoicing of my heart. For I am called by thy name, O Yahweh Elohim of hosts. I sat not in the assembly of the mockers, nor rejoice. I sat alone because of thy hand, for thou hast filled me with indignation. Why is my pain perpetual, and my wound incurable, which refuse to be healed? Will thy be altogether unto me as a liar, and as water that fails? Therefore thus said Yahweh, if thy return, then will I bring thee again, and thou shalt stand before me. And if thou take forth the precious from the vial, thou shalt be as my mouth. Let them return into thee, but return not thou into them. And I will make thee into this people a fenced brazen wall, and they shall fight against thee, but they shall not prevail against thee. For I am with thee to save thee and to deliver thee, said Yahweh. And I will deliver thee out of the hand of the wicked, and I will redeem thee out of the hand of the terrible. It also tells us if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 18th chapter, for it tells us in the 18th chapter of Jeremiah, if we pick up at the 7th verse, I'll start at the 1st verse, because it allows us to know how Israel wind up being a wild bull in a net on every corner. Thus, it tells us in Jeremiah, the 18th chapter, the first verse, the word which came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, Arise, go down to the potter's house, and there I will cause thee to hear my words. Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheel, and the vessel that he made of clay was marred in the hand of the potter. So he made it again another vessel, as seemed good to the potter to make it. Then the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, O house of Israel, cannot I do with you as this potter? Absolutely, said Yahweh. Behold, as the clay is in the potter's hand, so are ye in my hand, O house of Israel. At what instant I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy it. If that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them. And at what instant I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to build and to plant. For we have read there is a time to throw down, there's a time to destroy, there's a time to pull down, just like it's a time to build and a time to plant. The 10th verse reads, If it do evil in my sight at that time, that it obey not my voice, then I will repent of the good wherewith I said I will benefit them. Now therefore go to speak to the men of Yehuda and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Thus said Yahweh, Behold, I frame evil against you, and devise a device against you. Return ye now, everyone from his evil way, and make your ways and your doings good. And they said, There is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices. We're going to go to Washington. We're going to teach that we're under the law, even though the covenant of the law is broken. We're going to teach that we can pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. We're going to teach it takes this, that, and another for Yahweh to remember his covenant and save us. It tells us, again in the 11th verse, Now therefore go to speak to the men of Yehuda and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Thus said Yahweh, Behold, I frame evil against you, and devise a device against you. Return ye now, today, when you were in the land under the covenant of the law, when the Almighty raised up early, sending Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, and all the rest of the prophets. It says, Return ye now, everyone from his evil way, and make your ways and your doings good. And they said, There is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices, and we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart. And don't forget, why the Almighty said it repented him that he made man, and he destroyed the earth in the first place. And it was because of the imagination of men was only evil. So the same reason that Yahweh is about to put this punishment and this trouble upon Israel is the same reason he cursed the earth and destroyed the earth. It was because, as we just read in the 12th verse, the last sentence, and we will and we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, err ye now among the heathen, who have heard such things. The virgin of Israel have done a very horrible thing. Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which comes from the rock of the field? Or shall the cold flowing waters that come from another place be forsaken? Because my people have forgotten me. They have burnt incense to vanity, and they have caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient paths to walk in paths in a way not cast up, to make their land desolate and a perpetual hissing. Everyone that passed thereby shall be astonished and wag his head. I will scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy. I will show them the back and not the face in the day of their trouble, or as it reads, in the day of their calamity. Then said they, come, and let us devise devices against Jeremiah. They don't want to hear the word. They don't want to know that Yahweh is behind all of this. They want to point the finger at the Gentile. They want to point the finger at the white man. They want to point the finger at the enemy they find themselves among, not knowing and by leaning upon their own heart, not knowing that Yahweh is in control of all these things. The only reason Israel find themselves as a wild bull in the net is because Yahweh controls the net. Thus it reads in the 18th verse, then said they, come and let us devise devices against Jeremiah, for the law should not perish from the priests, nor counsel from the wise. They didn't want to hear this truth. They wanted to believe that no matter what they have done, Yahweh has not hastened the judgment upon them. Thus they believed that the law was still with the priests. They believed that the counsel was still with the wise, and that there was wise men among them, and they believed that the word would continue to come from the prophet, to the extent they said, come and let us smite him, even though he is the prophet. Come and let us smite him with the tongue, and let us not give heed to any of his words. Give heed to me, O Yahweh, and hearken to the voice of them that contend with me. Shall evil be recompensed for good? Absolutely not. For they have digged a pit for my soul. Remember that I stood before thee to speak good for them, and to turn away thy wrath from them. Therefore deliver up their children to the famine, and pour out their blood by the force of the sword, and let their wives be bereaved of their children, and be widows, and let their men be put to death. Let their young men be slain by the sword in battle. Let a cry be heard from their houses, when thou shalt bring a troop suddenly upon them. For they have digged a pit to take me, and hid snares for my feet. Yet, Yahweh, thou knowest all their counsel against me, to slay me. Forgive not their iniquity, neither blot out their sin from thy sight. But let them be overthrown before thee. Deal thus with them in the time of thy anger. For there is a time and chance for everything under the sun. And Jeremiah just prayed to his creator, who he was witnessing for, to his brothers that he would watch over him. For he truly feared Yahweh, and he departed from evil, and he was teaching his brothers to do the same. And instead of them taking those words for words of love, they took those words as words of hate. The scripture said, rebuke a wise man, he will love you. But if you rebuke a fool, he will hate you. And our brothers in Jeremiah 18 showed that they were fools, and they showed and displayed the hate that they had against Yahweh prophet, which was Jeremiah of that day. It also tells us, after hearing that wise, if we take a look at Lamentation, the 4th chapter, which is more words of Jeremiah. Lamentation, the 4th chapter. And it just continued to allow us to know how we will be destroyed, how we will find ourselves dying in these streets, how we will find ourselves as wild bulls in a net. For it tells us in the book of Lamentation, the very next chapter after Jeremiah, which is another book of Jeremiah, it tells us in the 4th chapter of Lamentation, the 10th verse. Let's pick up at we'll start at the 10th verse. It tells us in the 10th verse of Lamentation, the hands of the pitiful women have sodden their own children. Another testimony that Yahweh mean what he say when he said in Deuteronomy 28, starting at the 53rd verse, what will befall the young men and the women. It says, the hands of the pitiful women have sodden their own children. They were, and sodden means ball, like they balled them. It says they were their meat in the destruction of the daughters of my people. Another great example that what Yahweh said will befall them, to where we find another testimony where the Israelites were eating their own children in their land because of the strife and stressfulness that Yahweh has smitten them with, because they broke the covenant of the law. It also tells us I'll read down to the 13th verse. The 11th verse says, Yahweh have accomplished his fury. He have poured out his fierce anger, and have kindled a fire in Zion, and it have devoured the foundations thereof. The kings of the earth and all the inhabitants of the world would not have believed that the adversary and the enemy should have entered into the gates of Jerusalem. For the sins of her prophets and the iniquities of her priests that have shed the blood of the just in the midst of her, they have wandered as blind men in the streets. They have polluted themselves with blood, so that men could not touch their garment. They cry unto them, depart ye, it is unclean. Depart, depart, touch not, when they flee away and wander. They said among the heathen, they shall no more sojourn there. The anger of Yahweh have divided them. He will no more regard them. They respect not the persons of the priests. They favor not the elders. As for us, our eyes as yet failed, for our vain help and our watching. We have watched for a nation that could not save us. They hunt our steps, that we cannot go, in our streets. Our end is near. Our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. Our prosecutors are swifter than the eagle of the heaven. They pursue us upon the mountains. They lay wait for us in the wilderness. The breath of our nostrils, the anointed of Yahweh, was taken in their pits, of whom we said, under his shadow we shall live among the heathen. Rejoice and be glad, O daughters of Eden, and dwell in the land of Oz. The cup also shall pass through, and to thee thou shalt be drunken, and shall make thyself naked. The punishment of thy iniquities is accomplished, O daughters of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. He will visit thy iniquity, O daughter of Eden. He will discover thy sin. So again, it allows us to know the reason Israel find themselves as wild bulls in the net is because of the sins of their fathers that they committed in the land of promise. It also tells us, if we go back to the book of Jeremiah, the 50th chapter. Go back 3 or 4 chapters from where you at, and you should find yourself in Jeremiah 50. And it tells us in Jeremiah 50, you was just at Lamentation. So if you'd have went back 2-3 chapters, you find yourself in Jeremiah 50. And it tells us in Jeremiah 50, if we pick up at the 11th verse. Jeremiah 50, the 11th verse. And it reads, I got the 11th verse. I actually want to start at the 17th verse. Jeremiah 50, the 17th verse. And let's read to the 20th verse. And it reads, Israel is a scattered sheep. The lions have driven him away. First, the king of Assyria have devoured him. And last, this Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, have broken his bones. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will punish the king of Babylon and his land, as I punished the king of Assyria. And I will bring Israel again to its inhabitation. And he shall feed on Carmel and Bashan, and his soul shall be satisfied upon Mount Ephraim and Gilead. In those days, and in that time, said Yahweh, the iniquity of Israel shall be sought for, and there shall be none. And the sin of Yehuda, and they shall not be found. For I will pardon them whom I reserve. So it allows us to know that after Israel is found as a wild bull in a net, there will come a time that Yahweh will remember his covenant and he will pardon Israel. All the sins that they have committed in the land of Israel will be forgotten. They will no more be mentioned. But until that time, for there is a season and time for everything under the sun, until that time, they will find themselves as wild bulls in a net. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Micah, the book of Micah, the 7th chapter. Allowing us to know that there will be a day that Yahweh will forgive Israel. He will remember his covenant and return or bring back the captivity to where the Israelites will once again be back in their own dwellings, back under the statutes of life among their Creator. Thus it tells us in Micah the 7th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, Micah the 7th chapter. Micah is right after the book of Jonah, and it is before the book of Haggai, Micah, or Nahum. It's before the book of Nahum, Micah. And we're going to find ourselves in the 7th chapter of Micah. And it reads, Woe is me, for I am as when they have gathered the summer fruits, as the great gleaners of the vintage. There is no cluster to eat. My soul desire the first ripe fruit. The second verse reads, The good man is perished out of the earth, and there is none upright among men. They all lie in wait for blood. They hunt every man his brother with a net, that they may do evil with both hands earnestly. The prince asks, and the judge asks for a reward, and the great man, he utters his mischievous desire, so they wrap it up. The best of them is as a buyer. The most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge. The day of thy watchman and thy visitation comes. Now shall be thy perplexity. Trust you not in a friend. Put not confidence in a guide. Keep the door of thy mouth from her that lie in thy bosom. For the son dishonor the father. The mother rise up against her, or the daughter rises up against her mother. The daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies are the man of his own house. That's how you can easily see 5 of your brothers beating another man that looks just like him, their brother. For it tells us, for the son dishonors the father. The daughter rises up against her mother. The daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies are the men of his own house. Therefore I will look into Yahweh. I will wait for the Elohim of my salvation. My Elohim will hear me. Rejoice not against me, O my enemies. When I fall, I shall rise. When I sit in darkness, Yahweh shall be a light unto me. I will bear the indignation, as we all going to bear. I will bear the indignation of Yahweh, because I have sinned against him, until he plead my cause and execute judgment for me. He will bring me forth to the light, and I shall behold his righteousness. Then she that is my enemy shall see it, and shame shall cover her, which said unto me, Where is Yahweh thy Elohim? My eyes shall behold her. Now shall she be trodden down as the merit of the street. In the day that they walk, or in the day that thy walls are to be built, in that day shall the decree be far removed. In that day also he shall come even to thee from Assyria, and from the fortress cities, and from the fortress even to the river, and from sea to sea, and from mountain to mountain. Notwithstanding, the land shall be desolate because of them that dwell therein, for the fruit of their doings. Feed thy people with thy rod, the flock of thy heritage, which dwell solitarily in the woods, in the midst of Carmel. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead as in the days of old. According to the days of thy coming out of the land of Egypt, will I show unto him marvelous things. The nations shall see and be confounded at all their might. They shall lay their hands upon their mouth, their ears shall be deaf. They shall lick the dust like a serpent. They shall move out of their holes like worms of the earth. They shall be afraid of Yahweh our Elohim, and shall fear because of thee. Who is a Elohim like unto thee, that pardons iniquities, and pass by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage? He retained not his anger forever, because he delights in mercy. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities, and thy will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. Thy will perform the truth to Jacob, and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old. And this truth and this mercy to Abraham is found in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th to the 21st verse. It is the truth that Yahweh will be merciful to Abraham and his seed when they find themselves being strangers and afflicted in an enemy's land, or in their enemy's land. It also tells us, Israel, if we go back, or let's turn our scriptures to Lamentation. Lamentation, the 3rd chapter. Lamentation, the 3rd chapter. Let's read a few more words of Jeremiah that is found in Lamentation, the 3rd chapter. And it tells us in Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the 21st verse. Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, the 21st verse tells us, this I recall to my mind, therefore have I hope. It is of Yahweh's mercy that we are not consumed, because his compassion fails not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. Yahweh is my portion, said my soul. Therefore will I hope in him. Yahweh is good unto them that wait for him, to the soul that seek him. It is good that a man should both hope and quietly wait for the salvation of Yahweh. But to be able to do that, you must fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It is good, according to Proverbs 1, verse 33. It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth. He sat alone and keep silent, because he hath borne it upon him. He putteth his mouth in the dust. If so be, there may be hope. He giveth cheeks to him that smite him. He is filled full with reproach. For Yahweh will not cast off forever, but though he cause grief, yet will he have compassion, according to the multitudes of his mercy. For he does not afflict willingly, nor nor grieve the children of man. These things are not done willingly. They are done based on the deeds and the doings of the people. It tells us to crush under his feet all the prisoners of the earth, to turn aside the right of a man before the face of the Most High, to subvert a man in his cause. Yahweh approves not. Who is he that says, and it come to pass, when Yahweh command it not? Out of the mouth of the Most High proceeds not evil and good. Wherefore does a living man complain, a man for the punishment of his sins? Let's search and try our ways and turn again to Yahweh. Let us lift up our hearts with our hands into Elohim in the heavens. For we have transgressed and have rebelled. Thou hast not pardoned. Thou hast covered with anger and prosecuted us. Thou hast slain. Thou hast not pitied. Thou hast covered thyself with a cloud, that our prayer should not pass through. Thou hast made us as the offscoring and refused in the midst of the people. All our enemies have opened their mouth against us. Fear and a snare is come upon us, desolation and destruction. My eyes run down with rivers of water for the destruction of the daughters of my people. My eyes trickle down, cease not, without any intermission, till Yahweh look down and behold from heaven. My eyes afflict my heart because of all the daughters of my city. My enemies chase me sore like a bird without cause. They have cut off my life in the dungeon and cast a stone upon me. Water flowed over my head. Then I said, I am cut off. I called upon thy name, O Yahweh, out of the low dungeon. Thou hast heard my voice. Hide not thy ear at my breathing, at my cry. Thou drawest near in the day that I called upon thee. Thou said, fear not. O Yahweh, thou hast pleaded the cause of my people. Thou hast redeemed my life. Yahweh, thou hast seen my wrong. Judge thy my cause. Thou hast seen all their vengeance and all their imaginations against me. Thou hast heard their reproach, O Yahweh, and all their imaginations against me. The lips of those that rose up against me, and their devices against me all the day. Behold, their sitting down and their rising up. I am their music. Render unto them a recompense, Yahweh, according to the work of their hands. Give them sorrow or heart, thy curse unto them. Prosecute and destroy them in anger from under the heaven of the earth. So he is asking Yahweh to do the same thing that he have done to Israel and his children, to the enemy that Yahweh have used to execute the punishment of Yahweh upon us. Then it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter again, if we take a look at the 41st verse of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 41st verse to the 48th verse is where we will read. Deuteronomy 28, starting at verse 41. And it reads, Thou shalt begat sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. And thy trees and the fruit of thy land shall the locust consume. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He that lend into thee, and thou shalt not lend to him, he shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed. Why? Because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he command thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Well, today, those that don't understand this wisdom believe that we're under the covenant of the law. And they believe that the sign is among us today. Not this sign that we just read about, but the sign that Yahweh said will be upon his children when they find themselves under the covenant of the law, keeping the Sabbath. Today they teach like the sign of the Sabbath is among them. And that is out of time. And it is out of place, for we are reading what sign should be upon them when the covenant of the law is broken. And it tells us again, what verse is that? The 46th verse, and they shall be upon thee for a sign, for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Why? Because thy servest not Yahweh thy Elohim with joyfulness and with gladness of heart for the abundance of all things. Therefore, please take note. Therefore shall thy serve thy enemies, which Yahweh shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, the 42nd chapter. Isaiah, the 42nd chapter. And it tells us in Isaiah 42, if we pick up at the 18th verse, Isaiah, the 42nd chapter, Isaiah, the 42nd chapter, we're going to pick up at the 18th verse. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 42nd chapter, the 18th verse, these great words. Hear, ye deaf, and look, ye blind, that ye may see. Who is blind but my servant, or deaf as my messenger that I sent? Who is blind as he that is perfect, and blind as Yahweh's servant? Seeing many things, but thy observe not. Opening the ears, but thy hearest not. Yahweh is well pleased for his
righteousness' sake. He, please take note, who will magnify the law. It says he will magnify the law and make it honorable. But we hear brothers and sisters that teach that they are under the covenant of the law today, that they are keeping the Sabbath, that they are magnifying the law. They say every day or every Saturday, let's magnify the law. Well, the Almighty let them know if they were truly understanding, if they really were seeing many things and observing them, if their ears were truly opened and they heard the words of Yah, they would not be saying, let us magnify the law in Babylon, nor in America. But they will quote what is found by confirming every word in the 21st verse of Isaiah, the 42nd chapter. For it tells anyone that have eyes and can see, and ears that can hear, Yahweh is well pleased for his righteousness' sake. He alone will magnify the law and make it honorable. But this is a people robbed. So with them being robbed, not only by way of tithes, but by way of confirming every word, they believe that they are the ones making Yahweh's word or magnifying Yahweh's word in captivity, magnifying holiness in a place of unholiness. It says, but this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey. And we are truly the prey this day, as wild bulls in a net, caught up. It says, they are for a prey and none delivers, for a spoil and none says restore. Who among you will give ear to this? I will. Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? For there is a time and season for everything under the sun. Who gave Jacob for a spoil? Yahweh did. And Israel to the robbers. Did not Yahweh, he against whom we have sinned? For they would not walk in his ways, neither were they obedient into his law. Therefore he had poured upon him the fury of his anger and the strength of battle, and it has set you on fire round about. Yet you knew not, and it burnt you, yet you laid it not to heart. Instead, you point the finger at the enemy. Instead, you trying to come up with a way to be equal and not separate. Instead, you try to find a way to love one that hate you. It tells us, therefore, he had poured upon him the fury of his anger, the strength of the battle, and it has set you on fire round about, yet you knew it not, and it burnt you, yet you laid it not to heart. So if we lay it to heart, we will truly understand why the scriptures denotes Israel as a wild bull in a net. Thus, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, where we're at, to the 51st verse, or the 51st chapter, and this where we will find today's title. Today's title is As a Wild Bull in a Net. Well, in Isaiah, one of the prophets that Yahweh raised up early sending, tells us in the 50th chapter of Isaiah, the 51st chapter of Isaiah. And let's pick up at the 4th verse. Isaiah 51, verse 4, and it reads, to the 24th verse, and it reads, or the 23rd, it's only 23 verses, it reads, hearken unto me, my people, and give ear unto me, O my nation, for a law shall proceed from me, and I will make my judgment to rest for a light of the people. My righteousness is near, my salvation is gone forth, and my arms shall judge the people. The owl shall wait upon me, and on my arm shall they trust. Lift up your eyes to the heavens, and look upon the earth beneath, for the heavens shall vanish away like smoke, and the earth shall wax old like a garment, and they that dwell therein shall die in like manner, but my salvation shall be forever, and my righteousness shall not be abolished. Hearken unto me, ye that know righteousness, the people in whose heart is my law. Fear ye not the reproach of men, neither be ye afraid of their revelings. For the moth shall eat them up like a garment, and the worm shall eat them like wool. But my righteousness shall be forever, and my salvation from generation to generation. Awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of Yahweh, awake, as in the ancient days, in the generations of old. Art thou not it that have cut Rehab and wounded the dragon? Art thou not it which have dried the sea, the waters of the great deep, that have made the depths of the sea a way for the ransom to pass over? Therefore the redeemed of Yahweh shall return, and come with singing into Zion, and everlasting joy shall be upon their heads. They shall obtain gladness and joy, and sorrow and mourning shall flee away. I, even I, am he that comfort you, thy that should be afraid of man. Let me read that again. I can't see that verse. 1 second. It says again in the 12th verse, I, even I, am he that comforts you. Who art thou that thou should be afraid of a man that shall die, and of the Son of Man which shall be made as grass? The 13th verse reads, and forgettest Yahweh thy maker, that have stretched forth the heavens, and laid the foundations of the earth, and has feared continuously every day because of the fury of the oppressor, as if he were ready to destroy. And where is the fury of the oppressor? The captive exile hasn't, that he may be loose, and that he should not die in the pit, nor that his bread should fail. But I am Yahweh thy Elohim, that divide the sea, who waves roar. Yahweh of hosts is his name. And I put my word in thy mouth, and I have covered thee in the shadow of my hand, that I may plant the heavens and lay the fountains of the earth. and say unto Zion, Thy art my people. Awake, awake, stand up, O Jerusalem, which have drunk at the hand of Yahweh the cup of his fury. Thou hast drunken the dregs of the cup of trembling and rained them out. There is none to guide her among all the sons whom she hath brought forth, neither is there any that take her by the hand of all the sons that she hath brought up. Two things, please take note, Israel. Two things are come into thee. Who shall be sorry for thee? Desolation and destruction, as we see each and every day, and the famine and the sword, by whom shall I comfort thee? Thy sons have fainted. They lie at the head of all the streets, as a wild bull in a net. They are full. Please take note what this metaphor denotes the Israelites when it reads as a wild bull in a net. It tells us right here, it says, thy sons have fainted. They lie at the head of all the streets as a wild bull in a net. They are full of the fury of Yahweh, the rebuke of thy Elohim. So the reason why we find ourselves in disarray as a wild bull in a net is because of the rebuke of Yahweh, thy Elohim. Therefore, hear now this, thy afflicted. And when you find yourself as a wild bull in a net, you are truly afflicted. You are truly drunken. You are truly full with anger and oppression. It says, therefore, hear now this, thy afflicted and drunken, but not with wine. Thus said Yahweh. Thus said the Master, Yahweh, and thy Elohim, that plead the cause of his people. Behold, I have taken out of thy hand the cup of trembling, even the dregs of the cup of my fury. Thou shalt no more drink it again. So no more will you find yourself as a wild bull in a net, because Yahweh is taking the drags off of you. He is taking the fury off of you. Thou shalt no more drink it again, but I will put it into the hand of them that afflicted thee. Now it's time for the enemy to drink, which have said to thy soul, bow down, nigga, that we may go over, and thou hast laid thy body as the ground and as the street to them that went over. It also tells us once we found out those great things, it also tells us in Exodus, the 6th chapter, continuing to tell us and show us how Israel became a wild bull in a net. And it allows us to know, as we read in Exodus, the 6th chapter, if we pick up at the 9th verse, it reads, and Moses speaks so unto the children of Israel, allowing them to know that the time is for the enemy to drink, that you are no longer will be as a wild bull in a net. And Moses speaks so unto the children of Israel, but they hearken not and to Moses. And why not? Why not hearken to the words of life? It was because of the condition they found themselves under the words of death. For it says, Moses spoke so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses, for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage. So the people find themselves today with an angry spirit, and they find themselves as recipients of a cruel bondage. It also tells us in Jeremiah, the 6th chapter, Jeremiah, the 6th chapter, and if we pick up at the 11th verse, Jeremiah, the 6th chapter, we're going to pick up at the 11th verse. Jeremiah 6, verse 11 to the 19th verse, and it reads, Therefore, let's start at the 10th verse, Jeremiah 6 and 10. To whom shall I speak and give warning that they may hear? Behold, their ear is uncircumcised, and they cannot hearken. Behold, the word of Yahweh is unto them a reproach. They have no delight in it. Therefore I am full of the fury of Yahweh. I am weary with holding in. I will pour it out upon the children abroad, and upon the assembly of the young men together, for even the husband with the wife shall be taken, the age with him that is full of days, and their houses shall be turned into others, with their fields and wives together. For I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants of the land, said Yahweh. For from the least of them, even into the greatest of them, everyone is given into covetousness. And from the prophet, even to the priest, everyone deals falsely. They have healed also the hurt of the daughters of my people slightly, saying, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, when there is no Shabbat Shalom, or when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had committed abominations? No. It says, nay, they were not at all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore they shall fall among them that fall. At the time that I visit them, they shall be cast down, said Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh, stand ye in the ways, and see, and ask for the old paths. Where is the good way, and walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your souls. But they said, we will not walk therein. Also I set watchmen over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet. But they said, we will not hearken. Therefore hear, ye nations, and know, O congregation, what is among them. Hear, O earth. Behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not hearkened. They refuse to be reformed into my words, nor to my law, but rejected it. It also tells us in Lamentation, the 2nd chapter, let's go to the next book of Jeremiah, Lamentation. Right after Jeremiah is Lamentation. And it tells us in the 2nd chapter of Lamentation, If we pick up at the 11th verse and read to the 13th verse, I'll pick up at the 9th verse and read to the 13th verse, and it reads, her gates are sunk into the ground. He hath destroyed and broken her bars. Her king and her princes are among the Gentiles. The law is no more. Her prophets also find no vision from Yahweh. The elders of the daughters of Zion sit upon the ground and keep silent. They have cast up dust upon their heads. They have grieved themselves with sackcloth. The virgins of Jerusalem hang down their heads to the ground. My eyes do fail with tears. My bowels are troubled. My liver poured upon the earth for the destruction of the daughter of my people. Because the children and the suckling swamped in the streets of the city like wild bulls in a net. They say to their brother, where is corn and wine? When they swoop as the wounded in the street of the city. When their soul was poured out into their mother's bosom. What things shall I take to witness for thee? What things shall I liken to thee, O daughter of Jerusalem? What shall I equal to thee that I may comfort thee, O virgin daughter of Zion? For thy breach is great like the sea. Who can heal thee? And so far we know the answer. The only one that can heal us from this great breach that is as wide as the sea or great like the sea is none other than our Savior. And that is Yahweh alone. It continues to tell us, I'll read this next verse. I'll close on the 14th verse. Thy prophets have seen vain and foolish things for thee, and they have not discovered thy iniquity, to turn away thy captivity, but have seen for thee false burdens and causes of a banishment. It also tells us if we pick up at Jeremiah, the 9th chapter, I don't think we've been there yet. Jeremiah, the 9th chapter tells us, if we go back a couple books, chapters, Jeremiah, the 9th chapter tells us, if we pick up at the 17th verse, and it reads, thus said Yahweh of hosts, consider ye and call for the mourning women, that they may come, and send for conning women, that they may come. And let them make haste and take up a wailing for us, that our eyes may run down with tears. Once you understand the situation as Israel being as a wild bull in a net. It says, and our eyelids gush out with water, for a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings, Israel, have cast us out. Yet hear the word of Yah, O ye women, and let your ears receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and every one his neighbor lamentation. For death is come up into our windows, and is entered into our palaces, to cut off the children from without, and the young men from the streets, as wild bulls in a net. It tells us, speak Thus said Yahweh, even the carcasses of men shall fall as dung upon the open field, and as the handful after the harvestman, and none shall gather them. Thus said Yahweh, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glory in this, as we have done this day, that he understand and know me, that I am Yahweh, which exercise loving kindness and judgment and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, said Yahweh. It also tells us, if we take a quick look back into the law of Exodus, the 3rd chapter. Let's go to the 3rd chapter of Exodus. We're coming to a close. It's allowing us to know that Israel will be saved out of this net, that Israel will no longer be known or seen as a wild bull in a net, because Yahweh is going to take the cup of wrath away from him and give it to his enemy. It says in Exodus, the 3rd chapter, the 7th to the 9th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction. This is how we will be delivered. There is no new thing under the sun. We read in the words of wisdom and warning and instruction that Yahweh required that which is past. Well, we are reading what has passed, and it should allow us to know that Yahweh requires the same thing. Just like it reads in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, I think it's the 34th or 35th verse, where it says, I will plead with ye like I pleaded with your fathers when I brought them out of Egypt. So here is the plea that we are waiting on. For it tells us in Exodus 3, verse 7, and Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, them being wild bulls in a net on every corner. It says, and Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which is in captivity. In your book, it reads Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrow, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the enemies. In your book, it reads the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land into a good land, your dwellings, that was promised, and a large, into a land flowing with milk and honey, and to the place of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the cry, not the acts, not their doings, but it says, now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come into me, and I have also seen, not their reenacting, not their play, but it says, I have seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. It also tells us in the 2nd chapter of Exodus, if we take a quick look at the 24th and 25th verse, and it reads, and Elohim heard their groanings, and Elohim remembered his covenant. It don't say Elohim heard their songs and seen their reenactments. It says, and Elohim heard their groanings and remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And Elohim looked upon you of Israel, and Elohim had respect into you because of your cry and because of the affliction he seen. And we know he see it and know it because he is the one that sets us on fire. It also tells us in Isaiah, let's go to Isaiah 40. Isaiah 40 tells us if we pick up at the Isaiah 40, we're going to pick up at the 12th verse. And it tells us in the 12th verse of Isaiah 40, and it reads, I'd like to read the first two verses, and then let's jump to let's read the first three verses, and then let's jump to the 12th verse. Isaiah 40, and it reads, comfort ye, my people, said your Elohim. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry into her that her warfare is accomplished. And that's what I'm trying to cry to you today. When our warfare is accomplished, we will be saved out of Jacob's trouble. And the covenant that was made with Abraham will be remembered, and Yahweh will deliver us out of the hand of the enemy and bring us back to the dwelling that Yahweh had promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus the second verse says, speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry into her that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquities is pardoned, forgiven. For she have received of Yahweh's hand double for all her sin. The voice of him that cried in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of Yahweh, make straight in the desert a highway for our Elohim. Then the 12th verse reads, I got to read it all. Forgive me. I'll just pick it up. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain, and the glory of Yahweh shall be revealed into all flesh. Revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. Please take note, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. The voice says, cry. And he said, what shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all the goodnesses thereof is as the flower of the field. The grass withered, and the flower fade, because the spirit of Yahweh blow upon it. Surely the people is grass. The grass withered, the flower fade, but the word of our Elohim shall stand forever. That's why Yahweh required that which is past. There is no new thing under the sun. The 9th verse reads, O Zion, that bring good times, get thee up into the high mountain. O Jerusalem, that bring good times, lift up thy voice with strength. Lift it up, be not afraid. Say unto the city of Yehuda, behold your Elohim. Behold, Yahweh Elohim will come with strong hand, and his arm shall rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. He shall feed his flock like a shepherd. He shall gather the lambs with his arms, and carry them in his bosom, and shall greatly lead those that are with young. Who have measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and melted out heavens with the span, and comprehended the dust of the earth in a measure, and weighed the mountains in scales, and the hills in a balance? Who have directed the Spirit of Yahweh, or being his counselor, have taught him? With whom took he counsel, and who instructed him, and taught him in the paths of judgment, and taught him knowledge, and showed to him the way of understanding? Behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket, and are counted as a small dust of the balance. Behold, he takes up the isles as a very little thing. And Lebanon is not significant to burn, nor the beast thereof significant for a burnt offering. All nations before him are as nothing, and they are counted to him less than nothing in vanity. To whom then will you liken Elohim? Or what likeness will ye compare unto him? The workman melts a graven image, and the goldsmith spread it over with gold, and cast silver chains. He that is so impoverished that he have no oblation chooses a tree that will not rot. He seek into him a cunning workman to prepare a graven image that shall not be moved. Have ye not known? Have ye not heard? Have it not been told you from the beginning? Have ye not understood from the foundations of the earth? As is he that sit upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretch out the heavens as a curtain, and spread them out as a tent to dwell in. That brings the prince to nothing. He makes the judge of the earth a vanity. Yea, they shall not be planted. Yea, they shall not be sown. Yea, their stock shall not take root in the earth. And he shall also blow upon them, and they shall wither. And the whirlwind shall take them away as stubble. To whom then will you liken me? Or shall I be equal, said the Holy One? Lift up your eyes on high. Behold, who have created these things that bring out their host by number? He calls them all by names, by the greatness, or by the greatness of his might. For that he is strong in power, not one fail. Why sayest thy, O Jacob, and speakest, O Israel, my way is hid from Yahweh, and my judgment is passed over from my Elohim. Hast thou not known, hast thou not heard, that the everlasting Elohim, Yahweh, the creator of the ends of the earth, faint not, neither is weary. There is no searching of his understanding. He give power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increases strength. Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon Yahweh shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not be faint. It also tells us, real quick, that due to time restraint, if we take a look at the 63rd chapter of Isaiah, the 63rd chapter of Isaiah, we're closed in the book of Isaiah, the 63rd chapter of Isaiah. And it tells us in the 63rd chapter of Isaiah, if we pick up at the 7th verse, the 63rd chapter of Isaiah, pick up at the 7th verse, and it reads, I will make I will mention the loving kindness of Yahweh and the praise of Yahweh according to all that Yahweh hath bestowed on us, and the great goodness toward the house of Israel, which he hath bestowed upon them according to his mercy, and according to the multitude of his loving kindnesses. For he said, surely they are my people, children that will not lie. So he was their Savior. And all their affliction, like we being afflicted today, as wild bulls in the net, it says, in all their affliction, he was afflicted, and the angel of his presence saved them. In his love and in his pity, he redeemed them, and he bare them and carried them all the days of old. But they rebelled and vexed his Holy Spirit. Therefore he was turned to be their enemy and fought against them. Then he remembered the days of old, Moses and his people, saying, where is he that brought them up out of the sea with the shepherd of his flock? Where is he that put his Holy Spirit within him, that led them by the right hand of Moses with his glorious arm, dividing the waters before them, to make himself an everlasting name, that led them through the deep, as an horse in the wilderness, that they should not stumble. As a beast go down into the valley, the Spirit of Yahweh caused him to rest. So did thy lead thy people to make thyself a glorious name. It also tells us in the 65th chapter of Isaiah, if we pick up at the 17th verse, the 65th chapter of Isaiah, in closing to this great presentation called As a Wild Bull in a Net, it tells us in the 65th chapter, the 17th verse, for behold, I create new heaven and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem, a rejoicing, and her people a joy. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people. And the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying. There shall be no more thence an infant of days, nor an old man that have not filled his days. For the child should die 100 years old, but the sinner, being 100 years old, shall be accused. And they shall build houses and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat, as it is today. For as the days of a tree are the days of my people, and my elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands. They shall not labor in vain, nor bring forth for trouble. For they are the seed of the blessed of Yahweh, and their offspring with them. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer. And while they are yet speaking, I will hear. The wolf, note the change of the government. Note the change of society. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock, and dust shall be the serpent meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, said Yahweh. And in closing, we will close with the 66th chapter of Isaiah. We will start at the 19th verse. In closing, Isaiah 66, verse 19, and it reads, and I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them into the nations, to Tarshish, Pul, Lud, that draw the bow, to Tabal, and Javan, to the isles afar off that have not heard my fame, neither have seen my glory. And they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles, and they shall bring all your brethren for an offering, and to Yahweh out of all nations upon horses, and in chariots, and in litters, and upon mules, and upon swift beasts, to my holy mountain, Jerusalem, said Yahweh. As the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel into the house of Yahweh, and I will also take them for priests and for Levites, said Yahweh. For as the new heaven and the new earth which I make shall remain before me, said Yahweh, so shall your seed and your name remain. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, said Yahweh. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me, for their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be a whoring into all flesh. I will end on that note. The presentation, which was called as a wild bull in a net, and open up for comments and questions. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the presentation, which was called as a wild bull in a net? Is there?
Powerful and beautiful, as usual. This is Maraca from Missouri. Total Rabah, brother.
Yeah. Is there any other comments or questions? I was just trying to bring out and give us a good reasoning for why all these catastrophes have been befalling us. Why are we so full of violence? Why are we, out of all the people on the face of the earth, is the most violent people and the most violent being done to us? And there is a reason for this. The Almighty has already said that there is a time and place and purpose for everything under the sun. So the Israelites forsook Yahweh. And when the Israelites forsook Yahweh, this was the punishment that he put upon the Israelites. And not only that, but the rest of the earth had to drink of that cup of fury. That's why many of the black nations are in the same condition that we are under. Because those black neighbors, which was all through the coast of Africa and all that, those black neighbors had to drink of the same cup. That's why all the black nations are inferior. It's not just Israel. It's not just the black people that find themselves in America. All the black nations on the face of the earth is inferior to the enemy that Yahweh have used to punish his children. We all had to drink of the cup. We just drunk more of it. We rained it out. It says we rained the dregs of it out. So we got even the last sip of it. So it's going to be on us more than everybody. But everybody, the scripture says the earth is under a curse. But I'm focusing on the other black men in the earth. That's why I kept saying Israel and the other black men on the face of the earth, because we all are under that cup. When the enemy see us, they don't ask us, is you Israel? They see you as being the black man, and all of y'all are the same. Is there any comments or questions?
If there isn't any comments or questions, we'll go ahead and end the presentation with a song. We just about finished on the time I wanted to finish, about 9 o'clock. So we can go ahead and end this presentation by reading Psalms 137, if there isn't any other comments or questions. Psalms 137 in closing. I think I said. Yes, Psalms 137 in closing. And it tells us in Psalms 137, in closing this great presentation, it reads, by the river of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. We hung our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song. And they that wasted us required of us merit, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. How long shall we sing Yahweh's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy, remember, Yahweh, the children of Edom, in the days of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that reward thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that take and dash thy little ones against the stones. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah.